Yeah, you shouldn't be watching now, Salem. Because we're about to get into, like, the end of the Shadowbringers expansion, so, like, get out of here. We're about to, like, go into heavily spoiler territory, because this will probably, like, ruin the giant, the giant twist at the end of the expansion. Hi, everybody. Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, depending where you are. We're finishing 5.0 today. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be, like, a really long one. Yeah, welcome in, chat. Thank you for being first. You're watching, you're focused, all-consuming. Oh my god, all-consuming of my content. Whoa. Also, welcome in, Salem. Get out of here. I think the first dialogue option will spoil some shit for you, so you know, don't watch this. But yeah, today it's gonna be a long stream to finish 5.0. So, dead, consume, okay. I mean, one part of me does feel like that dead emote right now, because, basically, right after my content warning stream on Friday night, I had friends come over from Baltimore, and, we had a really nice visit. Basically, all day yesterday was insane. Like, we did so much, and honestly, we didn't think we would, we didn't think that we would get to, like, do as much as we did, but there's just, like, so much we did, and we were just like, man, we had a busy day, didn't we? So, like, we were just, like, showing them around, the new area and stuff, and, so, it was very, very busy yesterday. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Like, I was getting messages, I'm like, I can't answer that, I got friends here. But yeah, this morning we had breakfast and then they started driving home and now I'm here. So, like, honestly, it's been a very busy weekend, but I'm excited to, like, have a little chill, end of Endwalker today. Not end of Endwalker, I'm not that far yet. End of Shadowbringers today. Man, I wish I was an Endwalker now. Oh, the Dawn Trail lurks ever closely. Like, the objects behind you may be closer than they appear. That's Dawn Trail and me right now. Gotta finish this replay before Dawn Trail comes out. But anyway, just a couple of housekeeping. I gotta clean my glasses because something smudged them in like the 2 seconds before and after I hit live. Now my glasses are smudged. Glasses, why are you doing that? You know I'm blind. You know I have terrible eyesight, right? Ugh. Man, if only contacts weren't a pain in the ass. But so, some housekeeping. Between last stream and this stream, I actually did the role quest. So I just did the ranged role quest real quick. The only thing story context-wise you need to know is that basically all of Ardbert's companions are wandering around the world as Sin Eaters. And basically what you do is you learn their story, you join up with somebody who also has a story to tell, and then you defeat the Sin Eater, you get a little special stone at the end of it. That's all you need to know from that. So we defeated the archer that traveled with Ardbert back in the day. We got her special little stone. That's all you need to know in the context of Shadowbringers right now. Anyway, so I did accidentally start the next quest while I was doing some like housekeeping stuff. So like I wanted to go to the inn, but in order to go into the inn I need to start the quest. So I started the quest. It was literally the innkeeper just being like, oh man, it's so bright outside now. And now we're here. That's all that happened. And I also I have a new glam for the end of expansion. So I just like decided to throw this little thing together for end of expansion. Yeah, it's the Exarctic set. It's like the high-end level 80 set that like it's good. It's good shit. It's good shit. But anyway, let's talk to Braggy. Well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see him struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the middle of the chaos. Wicked white, what's this world coming to? Bah, but moaning never did solve a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarian folks stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade of the Olmore is back on the table. We best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the Fates deem throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Jessamile is worried sick about you. A healer wringing your hands is not a sight I'd ever wish to see, let me tell you. Okay, well, little do they know. We're kind of boned right now. Like, seriously. Let's go check in with the healer. But I am ready to, very ready to, get emotional and maybe cry at the end of this, so get ready for that later. Probably in like, I don't know, like 4 hours. I don't know how long this stream's gonna be. I'm just like, I'm going to finish the expansion today. And that's my only plan. Like, no matter what, we're doing it. It's probably gonna be like a 4 to 5 hour one. Which, I don't know. That'd be cool if it was 4 hours. That'd be like around dinner time. It'd be like, all right, finish the expansion, let's go eat dinner. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even the Spragic Chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to let me know you're showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there's little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure for your condition, but worried to see their faces grown even more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them the rest of it. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse from exhaustion. Oh, and our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tomb or another. Alright, let's check in with the cabinet then. Which I'm just gonna teleport over. That's a long way to walk. We don't like walking in this playthrough unless, except for this day. Because, you know, you'd have to fucking walk all through the next area. Yeah, this isn't Spider-Man. What do you mean I have to walk places? I want to fly everywhere. Man, if only this was if this was actually Spider-Man, I could just like web sling everywhere. I wouldn't even have to walk. But no. Confound it, this is the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Ner! Is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. It would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the light wardens defeated, why is the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 1,000 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seemed forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward may begin in earnest. Catless, meanwhile, leads to crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be much welcome relief. Oh man, he doesn't know that we're the light warden now. Uh-oh. Everyone's like, oh man, how could this have happened? Then like me with light pouring out of my eyes, just like, oh, I don't know. Who could it be? Surely not me. It's not like I've been eating light warden goop this entire time. I mean, it's more like little dust, little particle effects I've been eating. Ner, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know what? Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we've been able to provide you with better weapons and sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won that day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still for a moment, I'd like to assess the gear that we're trying to improve. Okay. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. Yeah, thank you, I just bought it off the market board. But it wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge he would enjoy. Who? Greetings, Glynard. This is the master of the stairs of the master of the stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is. I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking your absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with there. But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'd wager he'd show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's a tale I've been told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to see you. A regular? I best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. You can't forget the heart upon which the city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Oh, I'm going through it. She's thinking, everybody, that those little brain cells in her noggin are turning. Nerve, are you alright? I'm thinking a return to your sickbed might be in order. Ah, but you might consider resting atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often like to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Alright, let's go relax at the watchtower then. Watchtower time. Let me just go down here. And break our ankles. I love the scene that's coming up. That emote is just me internally right now. Or you use that emote because I broke my ankles, that too. Yo, your nerd broke her ankles? Yo, that's so cool. She's the coolest. When I grow up, I want to break my ankles too.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Oh, ghost again. Dang it.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
The secrecy is worse. I'd rather people knew.
If you're thinking of coming clean, don't. It might make you feel better, but it would make things 100 times worse for them. They're better off not knowing. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and... well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought, what happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
You were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
It's my ghost friend. I have a ghost friend now.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Such a good scene. Like, honestly, that scene's like one of my top in Shadowbringers, like, as a whole. Such a good thing. Because the moment with Ardver and then Feaul is so good. Oh, I did not expect you to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of Amaru. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear will be no surprising revelations. As any in the city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion with many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us except for one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed. A comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch simply smiled and said, because one day the crystal tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Huh. Interesting. Where's the other ones? Okay, this is definitely at the top, I think. Who does this dude know? I know his name is Guahatia, and he has a very high-pitched voice. It's been so long. Crystal Tower was the first collab I did for this replay. It's been so long. I think it was a year ago. More than a year ago. It was more than a year ago. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. I know, holy hell. Like, it was me, Squishy, 1010, and Soot. And it was something. Our brains were broken at the end of that. Records pertaining to the Exarch. Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Ahem. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Voe Bruties fleeing the ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of any royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so like to the tower that he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, to have seemed that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Huh. He didn't want to tell people his name was Guahatia? Actually, I mean, if the Sun Cat lore is the same as the source, then I'd be like, oh, you have no bitches? Because Tia means like you don't have, like, I think Tia means that you don't have bitches. You're not married. He was so embarrassed. Oh, hi Eternal Vibe, thank you for the redeem. Let me pull up the thing. Welcome in, hope we're having a fantastic one. We're having a little sleepy end of expansion adventure. 3, 2, 1, let's go, Cabal. I'm gonna get this Armor Tamer thing first, Cabal. Just get it unlocked, Cabal. And then, where is the person I needed to- oh, there it is, Cabal. Ner, Cabal. It's good to see you awake and alert, my friend, Cabal. What's this about, Cabal? You're not writing the Exarch memoirs, are you, Cabal? I'm not sure how much I can tell you considering that we avoid asking too many questions, Cabal. Unspoken rule and all that, Cabal. If anyone had fresh insights to share, then it's Captain Lena, I'd say, Cabal. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing, Cabal. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter, Cabal. I imagine news of his predicament hit her doubtly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show, Cabal. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post today at Sensor Gate, Cabal. Hey, let's talk to Lena, Cabal. Here, Cabal. Yeah, I think I was like scheduling the Crystal Tower collab before I even started Cabal. I like formally started the collab Cabal. I would just like, you know what, I want to do Crystal Tower Cabal. Let me ask some friends, Cabal, and then I'll start the thing at some point, Cabal. Well, I think it's because, like, in order to complete A Realm Reborn, Kubo, in order to, like, enter Heavensward now, you have to do Crystal Tower now, Kubo. So I was, like, kind of motivated to get it done as soon as possible, Kubo. But still, like, it was basically the beginning, and now we're kind of going full circle with the story of it, Kubo. Ner, I was not told you had awoken, Kubo. A welcome surprise, Kubo. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us, Kubo. He was taken by his rival of yours, was he not, Kubo? Your companions mentioned that they had an idea where to find him, Kubo. And so I bristled when they asked for patience, Kubo. I did not realize that their hesitation until I saw you had fallen, Kubo. Only then did I realize I had no business rushing ahead, Kubo. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing, Kubo. In the moments before he left to join Andalusia, the Exarch entrusted me with the key, Kubo. It opens the door in the ocular to a chamber known as the umbilicus, Kubo. And this room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter, Kubo. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed, Kubo. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the umbilicus and awaken the defense's barrier, Kubo. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Baltry loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought, Kubo. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind, Kubo. When I recall the look on his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him, Kubo. Tell me, Ner, Kubo. I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting, Kubo. No, Kubo. Forgive me, Kubo. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally, Kubo. But you will have to come to me with a question of your own, have you not, Kubo? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers, Kubo. The time has come to open the tower's heart, Kubo. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek, Kubo. Alright, let's go into Grahatia's private bedroom, Kubo. What half the people on Twitter want to do, Kubo. Come, Kubo. Meet me in the ocular and I'll unlock the door within, Kubo. Wait, let's go. I'm just gonna teleport in, Kubo. Oh god. Oh god. Thank you for the redeem. I'm free. I was too busy having a sip of something. And then it went off. Oh my god, hi Errol, how you doing? Hope you're been as well. As a fellow ace, I'm trying to make... That's cool. Cool, I'm not an actor. Thanks. Mistress Nur, the captain said to expect you.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it. The umbilicus, okay.
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Oh, I get private access to his chambers? Oh my god.
Moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee.
Oh, this is like his between era, between the the potato suit and his backless attire.
Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
Wait, Urianger knew he was a Catboy the whole time? What the fuck?
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Yeah, girl, I was just like, I'm just ordering lunch for the meeting.
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest.
The speaking as an office worker, you ever try and like organize like ordering lunch for a meeting? It's horrible. Everyone has the weirdest like restrictions.
In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions.
Yeah, it's really stupid. Unless you have like a place around you that just like those giant platters of different shit, then like is cool. Like, there's been a few times, like, Chick-fil-A is the devil, but man, whenever the office like had to like get anything for an office meeting, there's like, well, they literally have everything that can meet any kind of dietary restriction. It's easy.
One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
Leap between worlds? Whoa. Honestly, that is like the one negative of working from home now, is that I don't get any free food from the office. Like if there's ever a meeting, they have food, they'll be like munching and I'll just be there starving. Withering away even.
Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th Umbral Calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me, but in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Just having like the longest flashback ever. With my ghost friend, of course. Ardbert's are always there.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good, although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I mean to hunt down FFXIV.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Yay! We discovered secrets. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing else you need, I will go and lock the door. I have some questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That's the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an armor to fly you over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave this moment? Alone? I am not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I await your safe return. Yeah, we're gonna do the smart thing. Fighting by ourselves. With nobody to watch our back or anything. That always ends in, like, good things, right? Right? You require an Amaru? Just a moment, I'll saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaru can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... Oh, fuck. Oh, beans. Oh, beans.
Ah, we have found thee.
Oh, no.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
He's so tall.
I offer no excuses.
I know he's kneeling, but like, it'd be really funny if he like knelt down just to talk to me at eye level.
When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare.
He's just like, I need to look you in the eye, ma'am. And kneels down, finally at eye level with him.
Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not?
Yeah.
If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I forgive you. Let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea.
It's fine, Reed.
Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Yo!
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No. Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
There was like, like, we don't need to be told. You went somewhere and night
I
came.
heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland. I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
No, you didn't. Shut up. Yeah, I didn't do anything.
When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor.
Guys, I think the Warrior of Darkness is following me. This is gonna be the only explanation. He just really wants to just like follow behind me and bring light there, I guess. The Herald of Darkness, Alan Wake, is here.
That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
Next time I replay Final Fantasy XIV, I'm just gonna bring Alan Wake. The Herald of Darkness will finally come to the Shadowbringers.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
I want a submarine.
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
I want 10 gifted in chat right now. No, that's too humble. 20 gifted in chat. Defend the Crystarium until we return. And also 100 gifted, please. Just like imagining the warrior play just be like, okay, chat. So the entire Crystarium just like, who's chat? What are you talking about? Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaru for thy journey to the open sea. I feared the following dive down into Emmett Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method of reaching the depths of the tempest, and I believe we arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost to conclude such pressing business as remained to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closes above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Thine affairs are in order. I know some of these words. Listen, I don't know how to pronounce words sometimes. You know how I learned half of my words growing up? I fucking read them. I don't know how to pronounce the words. I just know, like, okay, that's how you read it. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the needs to breathe and fight freely. Thus I would petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me into the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Alright. Fun fact, obviously I don't remember this because I was like a fucking baby. Like, babies aren't real people. They don't retain memories. But I was a fucking baby, and I didn't actually speak until I was like 2.5 years old. I just like didn't talk. Like, apparently I knew words, but like I just wouldn't fucking say them. My mom would just like, yeah, you would point at things. Like I would say like, oh, do you, like, oh, do you want this? And I like, or like my mom would be like, do you want, where's the bread? And I would point to the bread. I just wouldn't fucking say anything. And like my doctor was like, this might be concerning, but considering she like knows the words, maybe she just like choosing not to say it. Like they're just like, it's clear she understands it, which isn't a bad thing, but also she's not talking, which is like, it might be a bad thing. But then I started talking and everyone's like, oh man, shut up. Apparently my first word was hi. Not even like saying mama or dada. I was just like, hi. Hello. It's me. There to the west. Canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon define the reason for my insistence. Cute. I know, it's kind of cute. Though it be much my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mightst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Okay, Urianger. So we are going all the way over here. Yeah, apparently I was like other than the whole not talking thing, I was kind of a fucked up child. Like physically. Like, as in, I had like weird hip problems, my neck wasn't fully, like, my neck muscles weren't fully formed. Once my mom cried when she looked at me because she was like, oh, my child, she's so fucked up. I'm fine now, but it was just like a funny stories to tell. Just like, oh man, I was a fucked up child. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelids. I had to go to baby physical therapy when I was born. Which apparently is a thing. They take little potatoes that can't even think for themselves, just like, okay, time to physical therapy this potato. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was that your imagination? Is this stone living? Couldn't be. Why would a stone move? Stones don't move, you silly Billy. Well, what hast thou discerned? I've discerned that it's an ordinary island. Truly, naught could be further from the truth. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity? Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vano Vano of the Source. I would enlist his aid to bear us into the deep, and then banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in the form of the domes which do shelter the hamlets beneath the Ruby Sea. Within its compass, we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now I must needs ask for silence while I make my supplication. Now we're gonna ask like a giant stone whale a question.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
You know, I feel so bad for Urianger's voice actor. First of all, you have to voice Urianger, and now you have to voice Fairy speak.
Fallen si lor wislan, adas si alinal.
Van urs atslir, olfod thim, iri guath thim.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
We need Fail.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Yes, Bismail we picked. Van Dromi Drom Jakom. Van Read Rithye.
You're so grumpy, just like, ugh, god damn it.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
What?
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
So Urianger, you're gonna be the one scraping his teeth, right? Not me. I got important shit to do.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
There we go. Off to kiss Emmett. Oh, there we go. A giant little whale. Aww.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Oh, 1,000 years, huh? Huh?
What the? Do you see that?
Giant whale.
What a monster! Where did it even come from? Whoa there! It's not stopping. Run! Run!
Vanana Anna Tilden Sito Iri Halmsi Funne Aktla Sonjasni Tagnai.
It's the Tempest! Last area of Shadowbringers.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The Tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Alright, the Tempest. We can't fly here. But we're not going to be striving to do that. We can't fly here until, like, the end of 5.0 anyway. So we're not even going to bother. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. It is here that we will find the lair of M itself, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee into the rift. Yet I suspect that travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower, and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus I am all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have to but find them. In the event you leave the area, speak with Inol at the Vinmont Yards in Calusia to return to the Tempest. Okay. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selk will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope downwards towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Alright, let's start looking around. We have a huge area here. And only one teleport area. So we're going to be looking around for a while. But we do have an Aether Current like right along our path, so we can just grab that here. I won't be going out of my way, but I'll just be grabbing the ones that are like along the path. This is another one of the really pretty areas. I just like sea-related things. My favorite areas in gaming are like sea areas, including beaches and underwater stuff, and snowy things. Like whenever I think of snowy areas, I think of the last area in Okami. Like that area is beautiful. It's kind of a shame that you don't get to enjoy it that much because it's kind of at the climax of the game. So you're kind of like more determined to like get the story done rather than like exploring and having a good time like in the previous areas of Okami. I want to stream Okami at some point. It's been so long since I've done a run of it. I think I've done like 5 playthroughs of Okami in total. So I'm kind of overdue for doing another one. It's been years, like many years. Hopefully I've forgotten some stuff because I like, sometimes you like a game so much that you just kind of want to, you want to forget some aspects of it. So hopefully my old person brain will forget some stuff about it so I can enjoy it for like new again. Huh. An Ondo. Alright, but here's the Aetherite for the entire area. Yeah, literally a giant map. Only one thing. Alright. So we can teleport here whenever we want to now. The finless one! They followed me! Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Ah, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We are not aware that your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct the most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what do we do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred, and we have seen the illuminated island, the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Nur, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by first offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo? The individual I dealt with was reticent in a manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we could build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? The chieftain fellow certainly didn't leave us with any options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. This plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. If we were we to solve such problems that we have caused, and assure our hosts that thereby our purpose here is not inimical to them, we may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've got nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen to the Ondo's tales if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus, I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. Let's do what we do best. Chores. Then it is settled. Ishtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Alright, chore time. Everyone loves chores. Let's vacuum. Let's fold laundry. Let's go to the grocery store. Let's do it all. Nur, you won't believe who I just bumped into. This is Pausius Oan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistel came, and his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Pausius Oan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Huh, perhaps. Where the dry return is a cavern to the north, is home to many giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Nur? If you've not found a task, then you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I would appreciate the company, where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Alright, let's head over there. Honestly, this part of the story is kind of the most fuzzy to me, because it's just kind of like fuzzy, 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 and then more climactic stuff. Because a lot of this is just like looking around, so it doesn't really stick to you that as much as other story beats and Shadowbringers. So I'm not sure how long this part's gonna be. Music's so good though. There it is up there. I feel like this area is going to be a lot prettier once the graphical update passes. I feel like the lighting's going to get so much better here. Because the lighting's already pretty good, but like imagining the improvements, it's going to be great. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that like once Dawn Trail drops, I'm going to come down here for T-poses. to grab the sightseeing point. And get this guy. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned this on my stream yet. I think I talked about it like with Matcha on his stream. But I've been like selling a couple things on Mercari because I'm like trying to like I have a good collection of stuff and I kind of want to downsize on some aspects of it just so I can have room for like things that I'm a little more interested nowadays. But I sold a couple things and now I'm getting like new Otome games because like setting up like withdrawing funds from Mercari is like really a pain in the ass. I don't want to do it. So instead I just kind of let the funds sit there and I just buy things I want. So I'm getting new Otome games. I'm very excited for it. I'm gonna have to do some like everything we play on Otome Tuesdays with the exception of like things like Please Be Happy and Alice in the Country of Hearts. I have to pre-play beforehand to make sure it's like a good and suitable game for reading purposes. Because some Otome games, like, they aren't that good for reading. And I mean that, like, there's some Otome games that, like, they have really good common routes that have a lot of characters. So, like, a group of 5 of us could easily, like, read through everything and it'd be fun. But there's some Otome games where, like, as soon as you pick a route, every single other person disappears. So, like, an example is Cupid Parasite, where, like, it has a super long common route where like there's a ton of characters, like a bunch of people is like running in and talking and stuff, and it's hilarious, it's really good. But the second you pick a guy, everyone else disappears. Like, I picked a guy in my like testing route and all of a sudden he was the only person I was talking to, like over multiple chapters. It was only this one guy. So it's just like you have to pre-play everything. But I'm excited to like pre-play some stuff. One of them is another Code Realize game, which it'll be fun to do. But another one is one of the more mature Otome games. So hopefully that'll be cool. That'll be cool to do. Like the last mature Otome game we played on Tuesdays was Pio Fiore technically, and it was so stupid. It was such a bad game. But I'm hoping this one's more interesting, at the very least, like a little better written. I think. You could crack the shells? You must be stronger than you look. Yeah, I have a gun. I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say that we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Pashas Oan. This is part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water was our doing, for which we must also make our amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam, aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here in the ocean floor. Huh. Strange buildings they were, and long they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time time and current. These structures provide shelter for my people, protection from the Tempest's turbulent waters and predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as the caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming, and this great vanishing of water, was by the ancients' design, then you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The agents have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there's no doubt in the matter. Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Pasha Solan, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only, do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the pain. The gain, not the pain. Ah, Nur, have you learned aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Alright, we do have some blue quests. I'm just gonna unlock them. I'm not gonna go out of my way. I'm just like, if they happen to be directly in our path, we'll do them, but if not, then I don't care. Like, I'm gonna be doing this all off screen anyway, once we wrap up. Yeah, I don't think there's any other ones. Yeah. So let's run. I wonder what Clyde Final Fantasy would think that we brought his dog underwater. I wonder what he would think about that. He's probably like, what are you doing with my dog? What's the dog doing? Now there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings on which surround the Ondo settlement and note the most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can, and I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Alright, let's survey this. Alright, let's look. What's that? The fuck? A cyanid larva floats aimlessly, a forlorn look in its face. It seems harmless enough. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. Mithril. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Not even Mithril could break it. That just makes me think of the Hobbit movies. Mithril. I have not felt more shame in my life than I did when I watched like the third Hobbit movie and realized I really shipped Bilbo and that dwarf. Like, I don't know why, I was just like, oh my god, I'm shipping them. I don't know why, it's like the first time I've ever felt ashamed about like thinking it. I was like, oh no, I think they should kiss. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you would say you cannot as much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. Nur, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by the peculiar materials but for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it's nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkin Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrant, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkins, then who? Who are these ancients that the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect their answer lies with the reason Emmett Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may have simply wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals could struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Selk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap, 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by the ancient Ascians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first, they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in Katana Ravel, Almet presented to me during my visit in Fanau, after our victory in Calusia. Here in the first scene, by Emmett Selk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and a disaster which befell it. And the design is much simplified, of course, but do you see similarities between the towers and those you inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest that we try our luck further to the northwest. You may view the Katana Ravel mural. Okay. The quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for a structure which resembles the buildings in the mural and inspect it from a survey point. Okay. So basically, we are kind of looking blind. This is like the only MSQ quest that does not have a quest marker, because they're encouraging you to like look for it on your own. I mean. And I think Yashtolo will be somewhere nearby. They'll be like, hey, you should look around here. I think there are some like side quest stuff that don't have a quest marker, but they're like nobody does them. So I haven't done them at least. And apparently they're not that popular. Because everyone just like, man, I need quest marker to live. And I agree with them so hard. I need quest marker to live. Okay, here's one marker. Yeah, I need the yellow paint. Every time someone complains about yellow paint, it's just like, the yellow paint's for me. I miss it so much, I need it. If I don't have a giant arrow pointing me in the direction I need to go, then what's the point? Oh wait, I think this is definitely it. Yeah, this is it. There's my yellow paint. We found it. Let me get this too. The yellow paint is the Aether Current today. Yeah, this looks like it. Hi, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight How much of the tower height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Ascians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in the city. But let us focus on what we learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mystery stirring, of land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes a phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus we can surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? It is almost certain that he is there. Speaking of weird ruins, so many years ago, probably 8 years ago or something, sorry, I needed a drink of something. Me and my dad went on like a road trip in the Midwest, and it was like really cool. We were there for a reason, but we were just kind of like, we need to go there for one thing, so might as well make a little road trip out of it out there. So we like visited a bunch of places, and one of the places we visited was this, I think this is featured in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but it's Devil's Tower. So it's like a giant, giant natural formation of rock. It's like many miles high. And you can go there and like look at it and stuff, but like one of the signs, it's like stuck with me. Like the sign was like, oh yeah, well the soil used to be all the way up here. And I was just like, so the soil used to be like a mile higher? So just like, yo, we used to be like so much higher than now. Whoa, that's so cool. But yeah, that's always stuck with me. Just like, yo, the soil moving somewhere, and it's not moving here. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I forget what state Devil's Tower is in. I think it's Wyoming or something. It might be Wyoming, Wisconsin, something like that. I don't know. It's a W state, I think. But it was very cool. I like going to like look at shit. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Oh, I leveled up. 83. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pasha Sawan again, and ask if there's aught else he is willing to divulge. Alright, let's just teleport back. That's walking. I'm not walking there. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you seen to the walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen well then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We've requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You'll find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. And I believe this is the point where, like, if you don't have the role quest completed, then, like, you need to, like, stop and do the rest of it. Again, I did all of that off screen. And we got, like, a special little stone. let's head south and see what Grenold had to say. And he's also where we're gonna get our level 80 gear, but it doesn't really apply to me because I actually have way better than level 80 right now. Though honestly, if they have a new weapon, I might need a new weapon. I think I still have the Dwarven weapon of like level 78 gun. Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the Bleeding Ocean. Or might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman who can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug who's with a dominant hammer. And that's an insult to the bloody sea slugs. Grenold appeared to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you could help psych him up. Okay, psych. I don't feel like typing it right now. Where's psych? There it is. Eh? You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, spirit? Now what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld? Have we met before? Might be that we crossed paths back in the Crystarium. I don't reckon that we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenold, and this here's meant to be my underwater sanctuary, a place where I can give myself over to me work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here we stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Oh, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse me, empty head. I have not much as made a start. I am worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. Me delivery dates long past, me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion, but I just can't bloody well. Ah, me mind's a bleeding. Blank. It's like a pissed, wavy last drop of inspiration. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something that'll give me muse a right kick up the ass. The Ondo want the honor of coming of these ancients, so their answering light's got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal, but just being sparkly is not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to Renda Ray and the crystal you discovered at the end of her journey. Maybe Grenold will find inspiration in that. Yep, so this is where the role quest comes into play. If you haven't finished it yet and got the crystal, then they're just like, fuck off. Come back when you're done with that, idiot. We told you it would be relevant. I've let the Ondo down, but more than I let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. Alright. What's that you got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. Ah, you'd never capture such a gleam. Not if you had labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, goddamn thee? I must sit to work before feeling fades. I can feel it, a vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders that the crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape that befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Oh, cool. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of the ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Novrand, and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, me work was just no comparison. I couldn't figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages, and that's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods of that crystal of yours, or I might have never gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey that I sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speaks directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away, it's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me a chance, and I reckon I can weave the Crystal Saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If you could drag the lamp over to Tosha Saloth for me, I'll stay here and dream up near armaments for you to try. You now have access to Grendelt's Forge. Equipment rewards become available, okay, based on role quests, so. Alright, so I can get okay, the gun's good. All this is kind of shitty for me right now because I have better equipment right now. But yeah, none of this is dyeable. You actually had to do like a trial to get access to dyeable equipment, which was really stupid, honestly. They're just like, you can't. You just can't do it. Can't do it, kid. Alright. Actually, let me equip that. I can dye the weapon though. Let's go equip it. Let me see how this looks. Oh, and the color matches, the metal kind of matches the outfit. That's cool, that's cool. I don't think I need to dye this one. The only thing I can fucking dye is the weapon. Let me, how does it dye? How does this dye? Okay, just like the detailing. I think black's fine. It's basically just in like, I like how it currently is. And let's make sure that this is updated. Alright, we're good. Where is it? Oh, I'm just going back here. I'm just gonna teleport. What is it that you have there? The sacred lamp! The Finless One has kept his promise! My people tell of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups, and now you've come to me, bearing the light that we almost surrendered in hope of ever seeing? Are you the champion of light? We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear is past. We shall take the lamp, unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the forgotten. Gather here with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
They're installing the
crystal
yellow
you showed
plant
the artisan.
paint now.
Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yeah. I thought you were always watching.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? It was render raised then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
You interrupted my ghost time.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who are lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Still glowing on the inside.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes, impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups
and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Alright, time to travel this ancient trench. We even get a personal guide with us. That's cool. The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock and join your comrades below. Alright, let's head down. The lighting in this area is really, really cool. Like deep sea bioluminescent shit. That's so cool to me. All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond, and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, and continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Kalman Gap, and the barrier we place at its mouth. The obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most distinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Alright, let's go. Oh, I was about to mount up. Oh, sweet. Aether current. Right along the path, too. Easy. Oh. Irene. The rocks and coral bunch up at the cavern wall like a staircase of sorts, but be careful, you wouldn't want to slip from here. Down here, that's Thancred. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again. Not that I'm eager to try it. Hi, Urianger. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem that these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Plus this shit, like looking at veins beneath the earth, it's so cool. This makes me think of like a... Hi Fexus, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic one. Like the vein, like earth thing reminds me of that thing in the Dragon Age Inquisition DLC where just like it just reveals that like, oh yeah, there's golems underneath the earth. There's veins there. Delirium is their veins. You're drinking their blood. The rock drops off sharply here, but I should think this coral's thick enough to serve as a bridge. Not doing great, just beat Dark Souls 1 at soul level 1. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Just like finishing up Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers main story. So I'm about to go to like my favorite part of the story. We're about to start my favorite part of Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm very, very excited to relive this. Yeah, we're almost to the best part. And then it's downhill from there. That's a lie. That's a lie. There's a lot of very peak moments afterwards. But this is my all-time favorite part. Oh, there's a ship here. Ah, Nur, you have a choice of 2 routes from here. You can either take this long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along the coral branches Alize has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Ahem. I will also be following the twins' route. This is cool. Get to walk along a little branch of the coral that happen to look like earth veins. Not to it. Alize's gone on ahead. We should catch up to her. Just occasionally like taking a look around just in case there's like any aether currents that we can pick up along the way. I'm not like gonna search for them because it would just give me incentive to like look and like go out of my way to do it, and I'm not up for that right now. Oh wait. There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Oh, there's a mysterious little portal there. I wonder where that leads. Huh. What could be here? Here. This must be the barrier that Anto spoke of. Well, that was more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed, and I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish the next obstacle. Nur, I elect you to do the honors. Alright, let's see. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Nod. Like as not, this tunnel will just be as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? We're all the way over here now. Huh. Huh. Oh, there's a pretty little area. The little bioluminescent leaves. Very pretty. Can you not? I want to talk to Reed. Oh, thank you for the care package. I'll do that as soon as I'm done killing this guy.
Courage is the magic that turns dreams into reality.
Courage is the magic that turns dreams into reality. Thank you, Jack. God, hi Tomochi, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic one. Maybe I'll need a little courage, because it's the magic. That is a very long drop. Please, no heroic jumps over the edge there. I don't think my heart could take it. So true, yeah. It's very— oh my god, I just want to talk to Thancred. Come on, this is Thancred, I want to talk to him. Nay, I did not want to chance that leap. Hugging the northern wall on our way down seems the wiser proposition. Yeah, basically we can just drop down or just like walk down like a normal person. Very, very cool. Oh my god, why are these urchin fish like so common? I just want to talk to Riage! Okay, they get to leave. Thank god. Gotta go back and talk to him. Man, he could have helped. Honestly, like, I think Thancred needs a little more time in the character development oven. Where thy footfalls, my friend. Our road taketh us ever onward onto the even deeper darkness, Kingdom Hearts. Door to darkness, the herald of darkness. Everything comes together now. No, don't attack me. God damn you. Oh? I've been canceled? What? Okay. That was weird.
By the gods.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Just walked away to do laundry. Good, just doing Sunday stuff. Oh, nice! We just reached my favorite part of the game. Nerd, did you note the style of the architecture? It is the same used for the remnants at the cups of the Muriel's painted towers. Look closely. Mid-Selk has not simply reclaimed the ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. God, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering, though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats in which an old-world Ascian is capable. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it through at the edge of the trench. Yeah, there's a whole ass city here. You know, just casually in the ocean. giant pretty ass city, like blue and yellow and gray. It's so good. Art Deco, it's good. This is where I go take my Kingdom Hearts screenshots. Oh my god, of course you would. You know what I do? I dress up my characters in ancient and go here. I don't bring Kingdom Hearts to the sacred land. I'm over here like doing like canon accurate stuff while Check's coping about Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. I'll bring Kingdom Hearts wherever I damn well, please, nerd. Well, okay. When's Kingdom Hearts 4 coming out? Check. Y'all got a release date yet? Oh, you don't know? Oh. How interesting. How very interesting. You know what? 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 You're very... What the fuck? You know what? You're interesting, and I'm glad we're friends. Got him. I'm gonna open these doors. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah. What are you gonna do about it? Look at the size of these doors. Now I know how the pixies must feel. Nur X recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarat. Will you be riding the lift? Delivery food at Offkai, that's what. Oh my god, food delivery. Please, I'm gonna be ravenous the second I land on the plane. Like literally, I think I get on the fucking plane right before my usual dinner time, so I'm not gonna be hungry. And then like the flight from East Coast to West Coast is like 5 hours or some shit. And then I'm just gonna be like, there. What? Did the building just welcome you? Yeah, because I think like my plane leaves around 5 Eastern, and then I land at 7 Pacific. And I think 7 Pacific is 10 Eastern. So, yeah, that's like 5 hours. Like, and that's not even like my first flight of the day. I have like a flight. I have like a flight in the morning to get from like my current airport to like an actual popular airport. And then I stay there for like 3 hours, so I get to have lunch at the airport, and then I fly over to Offkai from there. And you might be thinking, why, man, you have a 3-hour layover? That must be horrible. I'd rather have a 3-hour layover than a 1-hour one. Because like last time I had a really short layover, it was a nightmare. Because like I had no time to rest. Like I was in a panic the entire time, and I was like, I need to have at least 2 hours between flights, or else I'm gonna have a fucking panic attack every time I have a layover. So I'm gonna be chilling and not worrying during my 3-hour layover. It's gonna be great. Mayhap is not so passing strange. Did Ebexelk not invite Nur to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Then there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I wish to ride the lift, please. Uwu. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Honestly, I think the rougher plane stuff will be coming back. because I have a red eye on the way back. I like leave at like 11 or midnight on Sunday. And then I have to fucking like go on an overnight flight, which is probably gonna be 5 hours as well. And then I have a layover. It's gonna suck. I hate, like, I have to remember to pack a blanket because honestly, whenever I'm on a plane, I get freezing cold. Because I don't know, the temperature that they keep planes at is just so obnoxiously cold. Like last time I had a red eye, I couldn't sleep because I was freezing. And like, it was in the middle of the summer because like it was my Vegas trip. So like it was like 108 degrees when I boarded the fucking plane. Always too warm for me. Jesus, I wish that were me. Like, so like I went from like 108 degree weather to a plane that was probably like kept at like 70 or a little under that. So probably like 68 or something. I was shivering. I was so freezing cold. I didn't know what to do because I didn't have any like if you're traveling in the summer, you don't think of having like jackets or anything. So I was just like freezing. I was dying. Didn't get any sleep whatsoever. And then I had like a long layover in on somewhere in the East Coast. I think it was like in Miami or some shit. And okay, horror story though. So I have a red eye. Did not get any sleep. I feel miserable. I feel disgusting because, you know, I've been on a plane and I didn't get any sleep, so it still feels like the same day. I feel like crusty ass like shell of a woman. And then, you know who I fucking see at the fucking airport? I see one of my bosses. Because one of my bosses was taking a fucking vacation to Florida. And I was just like, like I saw her and I was just like, no. I do not want to see work people right now. I am at my worst. Thankfully though, she was like rushing to make another flight. Like maybe she was going somewhere, but yeah, she was like rushing to go somewhere. She was like, "Oh my god, hi! Didn't expect to see you there." And then we just kind of went our way. But I was just like heaving at the end of just like, "Oh my god, I didn't expect to see work people while I was on my fucking hell flights." And then I got like good airport food, and I, you know, ate my sorrows away. It was just like out of anybody you could see at a fucking airport that's nowhere even close to where you live. You just see someone from work. I wasn't even there for a destination. I was there for a layover. It was horrible. Next up, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. So if I end up seeing one of my bosses while I'm on a fucking layover again, I will scream. Like, if I get 2 for 2, I'm just gonna be like, are you guys fucking with me? Like, what are you doing? You're always there when I have a really shitty layover. It's only at this distance that you start to realize how big buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarat? Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alpha, no, you can't just, No, he's so tall. The perfect man. Pray excuse my boldness. Might I ask you if you... This is literally like me when I meet Czech for the first time. Excuse me, do you have my food? Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Where's the nearest Burger King, please? adorable costumes! Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is this really, exactly? He must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Rita's district. We're enlightened institutions most vital for the management of our star. Can you tell us where to find Emmett Selk? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? How's it going? Welcome in, DBS, Dragon Ball Super Broly, I'm assuming? Welcome in. Hope we're having a fantastic one. I'm doing good. We're doing some, soon some Final Fantasy 14. No, thank you. We'll be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selk woves them from the ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Massive war crimes and nerf war. Oh my god. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by the Ascian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and then Tidalin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert the disaster here and now.
A new user has logged in.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Unless for these people, the distant past is here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. The ethereal Amarat and its residents appear to be the phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selk hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat, as we say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. While we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Alright, time to look around. And now that we have unlocked Amarat, all of these have opened up to us, including a brand new Aetheryte. Whee! Let's look over here first. This seems to be closest. 'Twould seem the hall is host to most precious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall the subject of our discussion, young one? I love how they all think that we're babies, that we're children. Ah, the convocation of their handling of the incoming peril. It is only natural that you have some such questions. So, shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keeps the star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logrith, Mithron, Emmet Selk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, it would be an unprecedented development, and testament to an immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Huh. So one of the convocations is going to be left vacant. Huh. And over here. Oh, you, the anxious one. Just like me, for real, for real. Good gracious, child, where is your family? We should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. It is said to start suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, then wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds a given substance, an eternity fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. It is as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inclinable to life now festers and spreads. It is only a matter of time until Amarat too resounds to that dissonant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. And one more place. An audience with Emmet Selk? I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. Besides, he'll be far too busy to field the question of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it's said that the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Okay, things a little fucked up. Things a little fucked in the ancient civilization. So let's go back and relay our discoveries. Yeah, everything's so big here. Everything's so big. It's so pretty. If I was not certain before than I am now, The people of the city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose has compelled Emet-Selch to recreate this ancient Amarat. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout the ocean trench. He would have his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. It would seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there is talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Ah, Urianger, if I may. What are your thoughts on this ancient's art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that's required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. It is not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Ascians, wherein ritual ceremony breathes life in the figments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the aether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from somewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means of destruction. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I have a worry we are no closer to finding Emet-Selch. Has anyone learned aught of what might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what I've heard, it seems a convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we sent to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, and we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk said that he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that's where we gave up. I wonder though, Nur, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for less official points of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. Ahem. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could cure Nur's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in the front of the capital. Okay, so let's go to the place. Oh, another Moogle redeem. Let me start timer. 3, 2, 1, let's go, Cabal. There's another blue quest up here, Cabal, so I'm gonna just gonna activate it, Cabal. I'm not gonna actively go out and search for it, Cabal. But, you know, Aether Currents, Cabal. This is the opposite direction of where we need to go, so I'm not caring, Cabal. Oh, there's like more of them up here, Cabal. I might actually like... No, I have to restrain myself, Cabal. No blue quests that are out of my way until off-stream stuff, Cabal. But let's get the Aetherite at the very least, Capel. Then we can come here whenever we want and then take G poses, Capel. And thankfully, the Aetherite is directly in our way, Capel. Don't even have to go out our way for an Aetherite, Capel. Wait, so up here, Capel. A visitor's writ, Capel? Yes, I can assist you, Capel. Full name, please, Capel. Nur X, Capel. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details, Capel. I can't even see over it, Capel. I'm so tiny, Capel. Nur X, Capel? Your application is ready for collection, Capel. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself, further forms of identification will not be required, Capel. Here are your application documents, Capel. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you a visitor's writ for the capital, Capel. I like how Emmett sent us an invitation here, Capel. Just like, oh yeah, if you want to die a dignified death, then come see me, Capel. But first, you must submit administrative tasks, Capel. And you also must go to the DMV, Capel, before you can die peacefully under the water, Capel. Like, Emmett, what were you doing, Capel? I mean, honestly, like, part of me thinks, like, he did it because, like, he wanted to try and get some semblance of who we used to be, Capel. Like, here's this ancient civilization here. Here's how life used to be, Capel. Which I think is also, like, a pretty heartbreaking motive, Capel. Okay, just up here, Capel. Right in this building, Capel. This place is so fucking big, Capel. And up here, Capel. And now we're at the DMV, Capel. Look at these waiting chairs, Capel. Everyone's dream, Capel. Next, please, Capel. Visiting the capital, are we, Capel? Oh. Thank you for the redeem. 5 minutes is up. Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Okay, let's go sit down. Empty seat. The chair is as tall as... The chair is taller than me. Oh, fuck. See, that's why, like, Emmett, I get it, but why? May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Selk? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hythlodaeus, and that the city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the veil of history. There are others who seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstruction. A stray thought would have been enough. Hythlodaeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noises well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will of our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of our order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh how the star had suffered, so many species lost, the land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more then did our people give of themselves to Zodiark. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we were reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality, then when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we resumed our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know ye then how this conflict ended. I thought you might. Emmett Selk has ever been the champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back a millennia, but he will not abandon his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And although he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmett Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they only grow heavier with every passing century. Tis truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Near X? It seems your turn has come. Pray do not let me keep you. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tell the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Ha! Just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Emmett Selk has recognized a hint of her in you. Ner X? Fare you well, my old new friend. May you find what is it you seek. Bye, Hythlodaeus. See you later. Your visitor's writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Alright, now, that, honestly, the best DMV wait ever. Alright, so now actually I'm just gonna teleport over. It's kind of takes a while to walk around in Amarat if you don't have a flight capabilities. Yeah, we have our visitors written. We should be able to find Emmett Selk. Let's go up here. And this looks like to be the main building. Finally! You were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing too. Urianger and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is far more attractive option. The capital boasted not one single armed sentry, so it seems at their time they did not even needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of one ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reed and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amarat today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Nur? What aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? I met this cool guy named Hythlodaeus. A great sacrifice of life in exchange for the brethren's resurrection. And you say that all Ascian scheming has been leading to this? All this time, but they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. Hi, though we knew their intentions in full, restore the world to its former glory, and in turn, empower Zodiark to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiark. That seems like the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all of our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. What's to say not of what Emet-Selch plans for the Exarch's power? Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Nur, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before, and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting Emet-Selch the only way? He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will eventually break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. It'll take everything I have to defeat him. Alright. Alright, final quest. Do you remember all that talk we had atop the tower in Mortsuk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, you don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope when we look for it. I saw it again and again as he tore through those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Volthrey spoke of the disaster that we bring upon our heads, that ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. Keep on walking, like, to the end, perhaps? Like an endwalker? And yet, who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You have achieved what my logic and ideals could never, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, the giant talus would never raise its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in our road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger, as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emet-Selch into his rest, in which needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task required foresight, which I have prepared, upon the Exarch's asking no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, we would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emet-Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive into the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of the happiness of outcomes I do pledge to remain at thy side. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as a path the Source ever was. Yet through all of our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me to stay true to my convictions. Thus I would return the favor, do as your heart agrees, without hesitation or regret, and that's all I will say on the matter. This has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. I wonder if there's another end we'll have to walk to after this. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me in this moment of sentiment, Nur. By dragging me into the sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there guarding your back. Too much walking, live your ass. I gotta take a little nappy nap. Little snoo. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gold, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake and if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, and you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you. And I want to, I do. But I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried, I've really tried. I'm not asking to be saved. But the light, how can you go on? Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Nur. I'm going with you. All right. Time to be the bringer of shadow. Yay! And then we'll be walking to the end. Actually, I'm not counting Shadowbringers ending until the end of 5.3, so we're still Shadowbringers. Watch out for that weather. Or there was a storm. Oh no. No, not the storm. I hope it's not a bloody storm. A storm of blood. I hope it's not coming from the heavens. I hope it's gonna be warded off. I don't want the blood to rain from the heavens into the realm reborn. I'm sorry for this bit now. Never apologize. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring that you must remain in your vicinity at all times. All right.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmett Selk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you?
Emmett, I'm gonna be real. Do you really expect a light warden, light controlled abomination to know what to do at the DMV? He didn't think this through.
And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
We came here to stop you.
Did you now? One last do-or-die attempt to foil my plans before your mind dissolves into madness? How very, very heroic of you. In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Ascians. Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
So I gotta take pictures when I want to. Snapshot of him walking away. Oh man, hate it when he leaves with love. Watching him go. Hi Arsenic, how you doing over in Penthouse? Yeah. So this is the last done go of 5.0. We're gonna come in with NPCs. So I'm gonna come in with Thancred, Urianger, and Reen. Is he already here? I am. Welcome in, Daniel. I hope you're having a fantastic one. Alright, let's go to Amaranth. Thancred. This is Thancred. Yo, I'm gonna lose my shit when I get to that part of Endwalker. Gotta move it up to host, don't beat up Daddy Emmett too hard. Oh, I'll beat up Daddy so hard. Have fun with the movie night though. This is Thancred. It'd be like, say the line, Thancred.
Welcome to the final days of Amaranth. The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
Why did nobody help me defeat that bomb? I see this is gonna be a very fun NPC joint through Amarat. Alright. Gonna get this guy off of Urianger. And I think next up is like the first boss of the area. I think so, at least. Normally, this is a time where I start complaining about how slow the trust party is.
Just as prayer gives rise to primals, our dread may manifest our deepest fears.
But the music and the vibes here are so good that I'm not too bothered by the extra time I need to spend here. Yeah. You got a hi Sanyo, how you doing everybody? Hope you're having a fantastic one. We're right at the end of Shadowbringers now. It's doing up the final duty. Oh fuck, I got a package? Yo! Yo, package! And a Sleepy Sunday, nice! Remember this part? It's a good part. My partner just delivered a package to me. Get a small little box. I think I know what's in it. I think I know what's in this one. But it's a secret if it is. Actually, I don't think it would be the biggest of secrets. Oh, fuck. Probably something Skyfire related, I wish. I wish it was Leoford's package. But I think if I know what it is, it's like off-Kai related. I just like got some last minute supplies from off-Kai. But for off-Kai, I mean, cosplay related. So this is like one of them. I got a couple other things coming in the mail though. Like for some reason, like one of them had the chip separately. I don't know why. Okay, cool. We did it. Things got kind of dicey at the end of that one, but it's fine. It's fine. Slaying. I don't even use slaying. I'm an aiming person, not slaying. What the fuck, Yoshi P? I do not slay. I aim. So I think my other package is coming in tomorrow. Which has like a bunch of different stuff for me. Alright. Oh, it's right here, okay. Oh, another treasure.
The city's burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Almost to the next one. Another bomb. Man, I hope they help me at least fight this guy. Are they not gonna help me fight Iron Wedding Sun? I mean, I might not if they're not gonna help me kill the detonator. Hi Val, how you doing? Hope we're having a fantastic one. The NPCs are idiots. They aren't helping me kill the fucking detonator, which is targeted at me. They just don't help you at all. It's like weird. Oh my god. Finally. Uh-oh, oopsies. Just gonna let the Warrior of Light die. It's fine. It's like Yoshi P just like, how about with the trust ones? We just don't help you. They're busy. I'm dying over here. Aren't I the savior of the world? I got healing bracelets too. That's useless for me. Yoshi P just fucking me over. Alright, we're gonna kill this guy. Another fucking bomb? You're kidding me. Oh my god. Time for another bomb that nobody will help beat. Whee! See, I'll help Breen with hers. I'm polite.
Keep your guard up.
Oh god. Alright, exploded.
Far from the worst of it. Come, and I will
casting? Why casting? I just want a little bit of aiming gear, please. Please, Yoshiki. Just like a little sniff of aiming. I carry a gun, I don't cast anything. I cast Spell of Shoots You.
And you will see the end of a world.
Like, by the way, since we're coming up on it, if anyone does want to fight Hades, I mean, the next boss with me, you're welcome to. I'm on Midgard Somer. Just don't add me to a party until I'm done with the cutscenes, okay? But you're free to, like, go in. My partner's using a drill right now. Man, who's this big guy? I hope we don't have to fight him later. Oh god, another bomb. Another bomb.
Now I've got you.
star was fading, we saw we had to weave its laws anew.
We're so close, we're so close. Right.
Prepare yourself. I shall protect thee. Together we shall overcome this.
We're almost there. I think like once we clear this one, it's gonna be boss time.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Alright. Here it is. Alright, let's go.
I shall protect you.
fall, indeed. I hope we're not falling. We did it. Pretty meteor shower in the background. Wonder if that means anything. Surely the meteor shower doesn't mean anything, right? Oh, finally an aiming thing. Thank God. Hey, Emmett.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower of your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source in these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prattle. Fool, who are you? No one, nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes. Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow, to strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live. You see, the light will not be denied.
Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
fight it. You have to hold on.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
What? All by myself?
Take it. We fight as one. This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How? I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you all!
It ends this day. One way or another, it ends.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Hades? Alright, the Dying Grasp now available. Final fight of 5.0. Gasp. oh, it's gasp, sorry. I can't read. What do you mean it's 9 minutes? What the fuck? can't believe you expect me to know how to read, Val. 9 minutes for Hades, really? You're so right, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. That wasn't 9 minutes. This is a lie I'm grateful for. It is 9 minutes in ant time, true. I am just an ant. Oh, Hades. Oh. When is Hades 2 coming out?
Show your vaunted strength, and I
Yo, Hades came out? Congratulations.
your fragmented existence. Darkness reigns. Bleed forward. You are worthy. Your king is my command.
Oh, I got hit. Shit.
Bleed forward. Scurry and scatter. My darkness you purge.
Oh, fuck. He stabbed himself.
Stifled by this vessel of flesh.
So we need therapy. I'm the therapist now. You can come to me anytime. Duty complete. We did it. And everyone left before I could give a comment. Well, anyway. Time for a very, very long series of cutscenes. Get ready, guys.
infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
It's over. Emet-Selch is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
Her ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiark, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emet-Selch stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
I had help from a hero of this world.
I see.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
It's good to see you awake, Grahatia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back. Any moment now. Any moment.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right.
There, look! Over there, over the beach!
The credits are rolling. Is me. I lived.
Greetings!
You all right?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
Nah, Urianger's
He'll
fine.
wash up sooner or later.
For the love of Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emetzel's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
Well, Alphinaud's dead.
Nevertheless.
Nevertheless.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you?
Yeah.
Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Yeah! We're done with 5.0! Man, Shadowbringers is just as good the second time. But yeah, Shadowbringers, best expansion. Still loved it. Like, honestly, going through it the second time, knowing what happens as the story progresses, like, it adds a more, even bigger appreciation for how well the story was crafted. The writers really did an amazing job with presentation and everything. I did still tear up at the end. And I'm not afraid to say that I did. That's right, I'm not afraid. But yeah, fantastic all around. I'm not sure we'll go. I'm gonna play out Shadowbringers and I'm gonna skip the rest of the credits. But man, I love this game so much. But so now that we're done with Shadowbringers, technically I'm not gonna say that we're done with Shadowbringers until we reach the end of 5.3. So we still get a little bit more time. In Norvrant, and it's gonna be fun. So we're gonna be doing the Nier raid series, and then that's basically gonna be it. Near Raid Series is gonna be the last collab of the replay, which is insane. And then we're gonna be going to Endwalker. And Endwalker is gonna be fun. I have until like mid-June to finish it. Because I know, like, technically early access for the next expansion doesn't begin until June 28th. But I know there's gonna be a few days of, maintenance. So I'm prepping myself for like at least a week beforehand. But I think now that Shadowbringers is done, I know 5.3 is a beast, as it 5.3 is huge, so that might be a big hurdle to cross. But I don't think we'll have any problems getting to Endwalker, so we can like immediately get started. We basically have 2 months. And in the meantime, I do have like off-Kai and other stuff to do. So the 2 months really doesn't feel like 2 months. It feels like I'm not gonna have a lot of time, but I'm gonna be doing my best to get through it. Shadowbringers theme is like iconic though. Honestly, with Shadowbringers and Endwalker, they really stepped up their game with like theme songs and shit. Like Shadowbringers is a bop. Tomorrow is a bop. Then there's Footfalls and Flow. What about the normal raids? So I was originally going to do Eden. However, I don't think I have time to do Eden. That's the problem. Because I was doing Omega. So here's the thing. Alexander took only 2 streams. So 2 streams, Alexander. Omega has taken, I think the final Omega stream will be our 5th stream doing it. And just based on the timing of how the other 2 raids have gone, I do not think I'll get Eden in time. Like, if I end up coming back to like replaying stuff, which I'm not sure if I am after I finish Endwalker, but I might come back to it after Dawn Trail comes out. But it's like a big maybe. I don't know if I'm actually gonna do it. But it's literally just because I don't have time to do Eden anymore. Meanwhile, with Nier, I think it is very safe for me to like do it in a single stream. And actually, we already have a date. I think I just needed to we had just like figured out a date. Yeah, we have figured out a date. I just like looked at a confirmation I got. So Nier will hopefully be 1 stream. But if not, it can be 2 streams. That I don't mind like spending 2 streams on Nier. I know that's like a shorter-ish one, as far as like reading dialogue goes, but that's gonna be fun. It's so Nier is planned for May 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern, and it's gonna feature me, Aza, Chalcedonyx, and Kana. And we just discussed all of the details this weekend. so we've been hacking away at like setting aside a date and stuff. But yeah, and also we're going to finish Omega on Friday. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, unfortunately Eden's very, very good, but it's just a matter of like tomorrow's Monday. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a very special day. If you guys are gonna be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and everyone should, because why wouldn't you? but yeah, but for Final Fantasy, we're really, really coming down to the wire, which I know why we came down to the wire, and it's entirely my fault. It's because when I hit Stormblood, I didn't want to stream it anymore. Because I don't like Stormblood. Final crunches tea time. I know. Like when I was getting through Stormblood, I was like, I got time. I want to play other things. And especially, like, I had a kind of a reason at first because they hadn't yet finished implementing trusts into Stormblood. So I was just like, I got time, and if I'm too quick, then I won't have the trusts to do. And then oh no, there's no time. I know. Thankfully, as soon as I cleared Stormblood, things have gone really quickly. So, and I do like Endwalker a lot, so I don't think I'll have a problem of just like, I don't want to do Final Fantasy right now where the story sucks. Endwalker has its ups and downs, but it's generally a very good time. So I'm not concerned about that one. But I think on Thursday I'm going to be playing more Final Fantasy because I'm hoping to get through 5.1 at the very least. I'm skipping through the rest of this. I don't want to hear Yellow More music.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
Yay! We did it, everyone. Pats on the back.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow scions, will you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure she arrives within this city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
So I need to go see my large cat boyfriend. Goodbye, tiny cat man.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared.
It's fine, Reen. You'll get a girlfriend, just not on my run. I wonder what'll happen, because there is something that happens in Endwalker if you do Eden. So I'm curious what happens instead. I mean, I'm sure it's just not gonna happen, but it's gonna be cool. Cool to see.
But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Faint unholy screaming.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. when I was a boy, many long years ago. I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source. I hope this one's voiced. Last time it wasn't. Huh. Huh. Oh, thank God it's voiced.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Wait, did I kill these guys? I don't remember. Like, is that a Dragoon injury or...
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty. Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor. Wait!
Oh yeah, I should mention we're not doing the weapons either for the replay.
Your Radiance!
Gaius! You've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself.
And this is where I let out a huge groan, because fuck Xenos, I hate him.
But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction.
Worst villain in the fucking game.
Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a Paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift.
It's quietly in the Xenos Enjoyer corner. Hope you get better soon, King.
Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
Hey, Varys, sweetie. That's your son. You spoiled this princeling.
Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties.
You know, I hate Xenos, but he's got a point. My brother and praise you, princeling.
But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You know, he also has a point, like, you know, I hate Xenos, but at least he's not gonna use deadly death poison on the whole world. You know, small victories, I guess.
You would kill me just for that.
You raised a psychopath. This is what you fucking get, Varys.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice! I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Yeah, literally, just like, instead of gassing up the world, we're gonna eat Eidolon. Cannibalism, my dude. Anyway, hi. Oh, you've returned. Was there a lull in the fighting over there, or? So let's pray return to the Rising Stones. Hi, Tataru. Is it Tataru? What? There! Is it really you? Hey. But how? When? We didn't think you'd be back for ages. Would you rather I went again? Oh, don't be daft. I just can't believe you're actually back. We heard the good news from your pixie friend, but nothing compares to seeing you in the flesh. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet seen any sign of that awful black rose weapon we've been warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out on that count. Hehe, Kryle and I had a terrible time tracking him down and thought it would be worth to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours and then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Ah, the Warrior of Light. Back for where she belongs just as nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Izumama, thank you so much for coming in. Have a good lurk. Until then, welcome back. Alright, there's Shadowbringers. We get a wind-up Gwaha and tomorrow and tomorrow. Oh, meanwhile on the moon. Oblivion has claimed him. Emmett Selk, gone. Laha Brea, gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more, I move to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos. Never did I dream that you could overpower me so completely, possessed I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. And now that I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary. What a poor chest this title has become. The flow of history has become muddied. Its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrested the advantage, Heidelin. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world remain hidden and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of unperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, she may be yet removed and cast into the abyss. Ah yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mirrored in the first, and victory will be ours at the last. The warriors of darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of warriors of light. Okay. This is Thancred, and this is Reen. It seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing malms and malms of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Even if we were to restrict ourselves for brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. But still, you want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way. What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Man, I wish I knew what happened there, but we'll never find out. Due to timing issues. Yo, what's that? It's a shame we'll never find out what that is. That's so weird. Though blazing skies give way to gentle night, what hand can end the war of dark and light? Trust party's unlocked. We can do the trust system no matter what. Alright, so we're done with 5.0 right now. Technically we get right started with patch 5.1, and honestly I do not remember 5.1 and 5.2 being long at all. Like, I kind of remember them being very brief in comparison to like how usually some patches go. We're gonna be starting patch 5.1 on the next like solo Final Fantasy XIV stream. So I do have a schedule that I'm going to be posting tonight. It doesn't include Sunday. I don't think I'm gonna keep Sunday in there. I'll do something funky with it. Tomorrow it's gonna be me and Vel are going to be playing Divinity Original Sin 2. It's gonna be our weekly Monday stream, and it's gonna be at 6 p.m. Eastern. Then Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna be starting the next route of Cafe Enchanté. We are starting the eel route, and it's gonna be really fun. It's our last like basic route until we get to like the final canon route. It's gonna be really fun. Wednesday I'm gonna be on Matcha stream as usual, probably around 8 p.m. Eastern. Thursday I'm gonna be trying to do another Final Fantasy XIV stream, probably get started with 5.1. And then on Friday I'm gonna be joined with Aza, Errol, and Soot. We are going to be playing the finale of the Final Fantasy XIV Omega stream, Omega raids. So we literally have like 2 fights left. So I don't think there's any reason to say that it shouldn't be completed then. But also weirder things have happened during the Omega stream. So yeah. And then Saturday I don't have nothing on Saturday as far as I know. But yeah, that's gonna be the schedule for the week. Let me see who we're gonna raid tonight. About 5 hours. I was correct. I said it would be 4 or 5 hours, and god damn it, it's 5 hours almost to the dot. I am a genius. But let's see. So let us go to Mr. D's. Mr. D's is playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh my god. Yes, let's go raid him. And then I'll see you tomorrow for me and Vel's stream. Which you should be there because I'm very, very happy to have a weekly stream with Vel. Because she's amazing and I love her. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna give it to Mr. D's for not Final Fantasy, for Super Smash Brothers. Oh my god. Yeah. See you tomorrow for me and Vel playing Divinity. Yeah. Anyway, bye guys. Whee!